not be available. There are ifs, lot of ifs, but if everything is okay, sometimes we do get it within 3 days, even a day. Sometimes we do get accountable interest out within a day. And then for the others, under the commitment to our staff and faculty, we will prepare budget to help with the development and staff growth. And that budget we promise it will be timely and also realistic. When it comes to the last one, celebrating of achievements, we will also ensure that we give out the award to deserving staff, and the KPI will be the number of awards given in a year. For engagements and partnerships, we also teased out that partnerships also comes with our alumni. So we will also seek to strengthen the relationship with our alumni through engagement activities and fundraising efforts to build robust alumni network to support the institution. And for that, 100% allocation of resources for the alumni events that will bring in the money. And then we also would want to align the financial strategies with our partners' goals that will ensure resource allocation and management and transparency, and also for continuous improvement. And that's 100% accuracy in reporting on partnership and financial matters. Sustainable resource mobilization and stewardship. Finance seeks to lead to diversify the revenue sources beyond traditional tuition and government funding. And I didn't write the KPI like a percentage, because if you see, I have income from research grants, philanthropic donation, industry partnerships, and auxiliary services. I have that one on a different page. So let me quickly go there. And then, because Mr. Boachi touched on some of those, these are the auxiliary services that finance seeks to improve on. For the housing and residence on campus, that includes student residence and staff residences. For staff residences, I've been told it's been revised not too long ago. But for the halls of residence, I believe we need to do something about it. If we have to revise the rate we charge the students per year, that would help, because they cannot pay something small and then enjoy everything free, electricity, water for free. And then rentals on campus, owners of cafeterias, restaurants, market stores, bookshops, grocery shops, and all that. We need to charge them realistic market rates. And that one should be done in collaboration with PDMSD. We have to value it properly. Some pay 200 cedis and it's not on Legon, because any property, what do you call them? Anybody who wants to add value to their property, they say North Legon, East Legon, Legon Hill. But the people are on Legon grounds and they are paying something small. We need to look at that one. And then conferences and events, we have to rent out our campus facilities for such events. Parking charges. I know a lot of people that are not workers on campus here. They drive through the Ponglo, park their cars here, and go. Sometimes they park it for even a week. We have to, if the need be, we have to even meter them and charge them accordingly. And then health and wellness centers is something that we can do. That one we can do the recreational and sports facilities together with the sports directorate, and then the continuing education and professional development too. That's the development of short courses, workshops, and certification programs. We have summer camps and programs, licensing and royalties from our logo, the brand logo of the university, and intellectual properties. Social centers to be built at the border roads. If you look at the enclave, the Legon enclave, if we have those social centers at the borders, it will also attract more funds for the university. And also, I have here consultancy fee. That one, the consultancy fee is something that maybe finance can do to help the university in general, in the sense of now that GRA wants each individual to file their tax at the end of the year, our tax and insurance office can help because we have chartered accountants and we have chartered chartered tax professionals amongst us, and we can set up that small consultancy unit to also help. So coming back, we have the re-evaluation of university facilities, as I mentioned. That one will help us to charge realistic fees, and it will be done in collaboration with PDMSD. And then the commercialization of the agricultural research centers. That one will help to realize 100% full potentials. For us it is now, university does not give them any money. So they produce their products, rice, chicken, whatever, they sell it to just run. And that's all. The university does not benefit, apart from end of year that we buy from them. That one, to me, is not benefit because we buy. We are not getting it for free. And if you go to any of the research centers, it's been run down. So we also have effective cost optimization or optimizing resource allocation, that we will be able to cut down on unnecessary costs and then use the little that we have to achieve more by ensuring 100% value for money.
2 minutes more, please.
And then we also have implementation of the university's asset management policy. That one will help us as we are promoting sustainable infrastructure development. That one, the KPI will be the awareness creation. We have the policy, but I know most people doesn't know about it. So it is up to finance to make sure that we create the awareness for everybody to know what the policy says, that every asset that is purchased must be recorded in the asset register. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ado. Let's give it up for him again. I think he's really kept to time. So we'll take a couple of questions. Mr. Hunu's hand is up, all the way up.
Could you please meet me halfway?
And then Mr. Homeku's hand is also up.
Please, if you have questions, kindly.
And then Mr. Entry. So we'll take one more question. We now have 3. So one more can be added and then we move on to the next one. So Mr. Hunu first, followed by Mr. Homeku, and then Mr. Entry.
I think my question or whatever goes to both the PDMSD and Finance Directorate. When I joined the university, there was a filling station at the estate, which I thought was an income generation activity for the university. For some time now, I can no more find it. And I know private entities are establishing a lot of filling stations all over the place. It is one of the businesses that is thriving now in Ghana. So why Finance Directorate and PDMSD, why can't you also do that and then also get an income from it? Because I thought, or I think if it's not making profit, other entities will not be establishing filling stations here and there almost on every highway that you drive in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunu. So Mr. Homeku, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I heard Mr. Ado and the group advising about the commercialization of our research centers. The statutes or the decisions setting up these centers were research centers. I'm wondering whether in the activities for implementing this, would there be the need to change the statutes before someone can take a decision to commercialize them, so that maybe we don't have to infringe on rules and regulations? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll take Ms. Entry and then we'll allow Mr. Adu to react or respond. So Ms. Entry, please.
Thank you, Madam. Just a caveat before my comments that not that I do believe in us and our abilities to achieve our dreams, but I'm just making, neither am I being pessimistic, but I speak from where I sit that we have big dreams and it's good, but the financing of all these dreams is missing, and it's a big challenge for me from where I sit. To be frank, even if it were home, what we need for our daily bread in the coming year might be a challenge because there's so much to be done. And especially at the college level, most of us are struggling for regular academic work. It's a big challenge. And so as we think about new things and innovative ways of doing things and delivering service, we should also consider how these services will be financed. And unfortunately, it seems to be most of us are not looking at that end. And so if you don't take care, by the time that we get to 2029, most of these dreams will not be fulfilled because we haven't considered the financing of these ventures that we are thinking about. And I think that I want to propose, Madam Registrar, if careful and a lot more attention is given to that so that we can meet not only our operational needs, but these new ventures that we want to get into. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one more, the last one, and then
I think mine is an add-on to what my colleague just about the financing. I realize the university is getting into an area where we might have some reputational risk. We may also get into some legal risk issues. Why do I say so? It looks like when people deliver a service or supply some goods to us, we are getting into a point where we are paying them late and going contrary to contracts that we have signed with them. So I don't know. People were blaming the logistics directorate. I want to find out from finance, what is the challenge? Why is it that when people supply stuff to us, we find it difficult to make those payments, or we delay in making those payments? Thank you.
okay, thank you
And then
very
the last
much,
one, the consultancy fees that the presenter
Mr.
spoke
Adu.
about. Was he going to charge us? Is it we the staff that we are going to be charged for the GRA's thing?
Okay, so we want to know whether when they support us to do our tax returns, are they telling us that they will charge us for supporting their own colleagues to do their tax returns, isn't it? Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Ado, over to you.
Maybe before Mr. Ado comes, our colleagues wanted to know how we finance some of these ideas. Please, Institutional Advancement Directorate is there to help you. So kindly come to our offices and let's have a discussion on that. Whichever idea you have, how to finance it. Over to you, Mr. Ado.
Thank you very much. I think he's helped me in a way. To Mr. Homeku's question as to commercialization of the agri research centers, for the law or the legal things surrounding it, that one I can't say much. But the reason why we propose that the agri research centers must be commercialized is that if you take Lepric, the one you call Nua Farms, where they produce the chicken, it nearly collapsed. It took Orid to give them a loan. If you go to Pon, where they produce the rice, they can only produce something small, but they have vast land, and it's just going, they are not doing anything with it. If you go to the lake side, they have about 150 meters of the lake itself belongs to them. They have about 96 kgs of tilapia. If they have more money, they could have expanded it. So why don't we, commercialize it? We can just lease the place out, take the money, and do something with the money instead of entering into PPA or PPP. The private person will never declare profit. Let's lease maybe a portion of the land, use the money for something that will benefit the university. And then Mr. Ahunu, my senior. In fact, I don't know the reason why the filling station was taken out, but Mr. Boachi will attend to that. But as far as I'm concerned, if we get maybe some other site of where it used to be, that one would be appropriate, because that place, I believe maybe it was some hazard or safety issues. So, and then with regards to the reputational risk due to unable to make payment on time and all that, I think we have to have a conversation with other directorates, vis-a-vis PDMSD and logistics, because most often the budget is very limited. Like we said, if I want a television of maybe 42-inch size television, let's say Hisense, if I walk into Hisense, I know how much I'll get it. But if you pass it through there, it comes at a different price. So these are some of the things that prevents us from paying, because the budget, the amount they will submit for payment would exceed the budget. If you don't have budget, you can't pay. So it's one of those things. We need to, I think, cut our coat according to our cloth. And then with what Michael said, I agree 100% with Michael. That's why I was proposing that we have to go through the auxiliary services. And also we had some fundraising activities that we could do with alumni, philanthropic donations, grants coming in for research. All those are some of the things. And then Mr. Is it Kakari? Kakari said, whatever ideas we have, we can come and see them for help. There was one that someone said, consultation fee. BM, no, I just wanted to use her name.
Oh, BM. I forgot M is now part of my initials. Yes.
For that one, the answer is yes, we will charge a token, because if you go out to an accountancy firm to prepare the tax returns for you, they charge hefty amount. So if we charge something small in-house, and then we are using that money to also help the same university, it's not going into anybody's pocket. So it's helping ourselves, but at a token. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think Mr. Boache can respond to the leasing of the land at our research centers.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think to also throw more light on the reasons why Mr. Owusuado talked about the commercialization of the agric centers. Now, when we look at CIREC, that is our land at home, we pay 70 cedis per acre per annum, and we have 1,609 acres of land we are paying for. In fact, the total land is about 2,400, but out of that, we are paying for 1,609 acres. So if you multiply 1,609 by 70 cities, and you have to pay it annually, then something tells you that you must do something more in order to generate that money. The same way at Fokrek, Kede, we sit on 2,700 and something acres of land, and we pay 50 cities. In fact, it's been increased to 55 cities per acre per annum. So if you multiply 55 cities by 2,700 acres, you know how much the center is supposed to pay annually. So that is at least a bit of explanation to the reasons why we need to commercialize. Now on the fuel station located at PDMSD, this is the reason why it was taken off. NPA, that is the National Petroleum Authority, did an assessment of the station there and then recommended that it should be taken out. So it was taken out based on NPA's advice. However, the PDMS committee, that is the Fiscal Development and Municipal Services Committee, which most of us call it Development Committee, has approved 2 sites for the university to develop our own fuel stations. So PDMSD is working on that. One will be a bit opposite the former credit union building. That is the credit union building. That is where the Agric Bank currently is. Opposite it, a bit off. One is supposed to be sited there, and then the other one will be sited on the Gimpa when you are from Lingate going to Fiesta Royal. On that stretch, there's a location there that the PDMS committee has approved for PDMS to develop another station there. So we are working on that with one of the leading oil marketing companies to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's interesting information for us to chew on. Okay, so in order not to waste any time, let's move straight on to our colleagues from the Research Development Officers, IRPO staff, Major Donor Fundraising Officer, Printing Manager, Project Manager, Recruitment Officers Group, led by the one and only Mrs. Sechibia Beatrice Baini Yameche. Please let's clap for Beatrice.
Good morning. Team members, if you are here, I think some of you can join me so that we do the presentation. So, as Barbara mentioned, our team, we were varied enough. And so we realized that for all the priority areas, our work cut across. But for the sake of time, we decided to limit ourselves to three priority areas. But we admit that our work cut across all the priority areas. So the first priority area we identified was impactful research, and objectives that we identified or we mentioned include increased volume of research funding and promote multidisciplinary research, innovation, and knowledge transfer to industry. So it's one of our objectives that we are hoping to increase the volume of research funding and promote multidisciplinary research, innovation, and knowledge transfer to industry. So the activities that we identified, also guided by a time limit, decided to limit ourselves to just 2 or 3. But given the time, we have more that we can add on to. And one of our first activity we seek to do is to identify sources of research funding to appropriate faculty and researchers in UG. So that is one activity that we will want to do. We will also want to hold more capacity building programs, including mentorship. And I have seen that on the program. There will be a session on mentorship. I think it's something that we will do in order to also increase the volume of research funding within the university. And we would also do more info sessions for grantsmanship, or in a bid to increase the capacity of our researchers and students alike. Key performance indicators. So one of our key performance indicator is to increase research funding by 50% over the next 5 years. We are hoping to increase our research funding. We also want to increase the number of grantsmanship workshops and programs, and we hope to do 4 sessions in any academic year. We hope to do that. We also hope to increase the number of successful applications when we submit proposals. We want to make sure that the probability of us being successful is 1:2 or 1/2, which is 50%. And then we'll also do 2 industry academia engagement seminar every academic year. These are some of the indicators that we hope to achieve in the case of increased volume of research funding. Under the impactful research, one of the things we also seek to do, that's one objective, is to improve existing grant management processes to support impactful research. We want to improve the grant management processes. And one of the activities that we want to do is to acquire a electronic grant management software. So for now, most of our work that we do is manually done, which is highly unheard of when it comes to our field. And we are hoping that by the close of the next academic year, we are able to get a software that will enable us to do our work electronically. Another thing we seek to do is to get a grant management manual, especially in this day of decentralization. If we want our work to be standardized, it is good that we get the grant management manual so that we learn some of our grant processes from the manual, or we operationalize some of our activities. So it is something that we will seek to do, or is one of the indicators that by 2026 we should have a functional manual developed, grants management for UG, wherever you are. If you want to know our operations in terms of grants management within UG, you will refer to this manual and it will help us with our work. And then we are hoping that by 2025, the software should be acquired and operational so that we will not do our work manually again. Another priority area we identified was the engagement and partnership with stakeholders. We identified it as one of our priority areas that our roles relate very much to. And so in terms of objectives, we seek to establish and strengthen strategic partnerships for mutual benefit with donors and funders, and even with our internal stakeholders. It is something that we will work on. Some of the activities that we have identified, especially when it comes to our external stakeholders, is to organize road shows, online seminars, and digital marketing drives to attract more international students in the West Africa sub-region and beyond. It is an activity that we seek to do. Another activity that we seek to do is to organize inter-unit seminars in UG to increase visibility of the IPO, International Programs Office, to improve international students' experience, create database of existing strategic partners, to give feedback on the impact. So that is also one activity that we seek to do. Key performance indicators include, we are hoping that by the end of an academic year, we are able to increase student enrollment of international students per academic year by 2.5%. 2.5%. We were made to understand that even to do it by 1% is not an easy task, but we are hoping and work very hard in order to attain those targets, which is 2.5% increase in the number of international students enrolled. Another objective under the engagement and partnership is to enhance outreach and advocacy with international partners to address challenges. No wonder our colleague from institutional advancement said, if you have any idea that you are lacking sponsorship, reach out to him. And it's in this order that we hope to address the challenges. So we hope to enhance and advocacy with international partners to address our challenges. And some of the activities that we'll do is to streamline and create a single channel for monitoring received and ongoing partnership support to streamline UG's interaction with them. Okay. One of the indicators is to engage UGCS to develop a system that captures this information by the end of the 2024-2025 academic year. And the last of our priorities that we identified is sustainable resource mobilization and stewardship. Our objectives are to ensure optimum researcher and donor compliance to UG overhead policy, identify strategic partners who can fund specific activity areas in various units budgets as part of their corporate social responsibility activities, and increase and improve special programs for international students, such as summer schools and immersion programs to mobilize funding sources. Admittedly, not all of them are my specialized field, so I have to read. So some of the activities we hope to do is monitor research budgets to ensure compliance and negotiate with donors for compliance. We also hope to research such targeted donors and liaise with them on specific budget lines, obtain feedback from existing international students on programs that will be beneficial to them, and research other established universities on their international student experience activities. Our key performance indicators for this priority include increase in received overheads by 30%. We are hoping that the number of researchers or the number of applications that pay overheads to the university increase by 30%. We are able to engage one side donor per academic year, and then we increase the existing programs by 10% by end of the 2024 academic year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Baini. So we've heard it all. Any questions or comments, please? Mr. Fosweje. In the meantime, I think the Assistant Registrar 2 group, we are yet to receive your presentation. So please, if you have it ready, kindly let us have it as soon as possible. Mr.
Okay, so my question is, I need some education from the ORAID group. I saw that they had indicated 2.5% increase in enrollment for international students. I'm just wondering what the focus of their roadshow digital marketing will be, because you are the research wing of the university. I just wondering how your work gets into student. Oh, okay. So there's some recruitment officers were in your group.
Yes. So at
Okay,
the
so-
beginning, I said our team, we are varied. And what I meant by that was that we are research development officers, we have recruitment officers, international program officers.
Understood.
So
I thought it was already functioned that.
yes.
you
So
did
all
not
the
know.
things I said are not
Already,
may not directly be related to ORID.
Okay.
But
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Any other question, please, or comment? There's Mr. Hunu. Sakakari, please, up there. And Ajwa.
Mine is just short. I think your success rate of grammarship is too or over ambitious. 50%. Hi, I beg you. Revise that. If the cockroach comes from the water and tells you that the mad fish is dead, you must believe. Even Noguchi is not getting that. So I beg you. It's difficult to even make 20%. So I beg you, revise that.
Thank you. Bold solutions, bold
Thank you, Mr. Kagai. Yes, I have been raising my hand for quite a while, so I think what I would say is for the other presentations as well. So
Please keep it
two,
brief, Adwa, for me.
I will. So
Thank you.
two solutions. The first one for procurement, I would like to create a link if they want. And what the link would do is give people the opportunity whenever they receive some item or the other to be able to put their comments. So if I get a laptop and it's not working, I can, and then at the end of the day, they look at the list and then it helps them to be able to decide whether they want to use a supplier or not, if they're interested. That's the first one. Then the second thing is I was looking at the presentations and I think that we would all, well, some of us might benefit from Excel and Word extra training. So if you think that you would like that, please see me. The headers, simple things like the headers on the presentations that you make. If you highlight them, you're able to make them show on each page so that when people are seeing the different table cells, they're able to remember what it is that you're talking about. Because if you put just one header at the very beginning on the first page, nobody knows what the rest of the information is on the second or third.
Thank you very much.
Very much. Mr. You are with institutional advancement, so we need to charge.
I think Ruth has a question or comment. No? Okay. Any other question or comment, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
So just a comment. She keep on using the word 2024 academic year. So I just want to know, because so far as I'm concerned, we've ended 2024. We are in 2024, 2025. So you should check it well.
Okay. Thank you, B. Okay. Well noted. One last one, if there is any. Oh, please, Director has a question. Dr. Elysia Mayer Bronya.
Thank you very much. Mine goes to everybody during the presentation. I think we have changed some of the names of our units, and the earlier we get used to them, the better. UGCS is no longer UGCS, it's ITD. Also, we should watch the variety we use, I should say. I think UG leans towards the British variety. So when we are spelling and everything, we should take note of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so on that note, thank you very much, colleagues from the research, recruitment officers, project manager, printing manager, major donor, fundraising officer, and IRPO group. We'll quickly move on to the next group, which is Assistant Registrar 1 group. The presentation will be made by Mr. Joseph Nkansa. Please let's clap for him as he comes up the stage.
Good morning, Madam Registrar. Good morning, colleagues. Okay. So I brought along my scripts in case the technology fails me. I'll move to that one. And so our group were able to look at two priority areas because of time. So we look at priority 1 and priority 3. We are hopeful that subsequently we look at the other priorities, particularly the priority 2. And so the first objective we looked at was attract and retain promising students from diverse backgrounds. And so here we identify one of the activity, how we can provide exciting student experiences in the services that we provide. And the KPI, we were looking at improved ranking in students' experience. In the rankings of the university, one of the key components is the ranking on students' experience. And so here we looking at how we can provide a citing student experience so that it can affect our rankings in terms of students' experience. So the second activity we looked at is providing outreaches and open day at least once a year as the key KPI. And then we suggest the introduction of virtual tour of the university campus, looking at the various units on the university website. And here the KPIs, the number of views that we shall receive on the virtual tours on the university website. The third is the provision of safety and conducive environment for students. And here, at the minimum, we are looking at increased security presence on campus. And so we also look at provision of adequate facilities for differently abled students. And so some of these things I think overlap with what PDMSD did. And so we have the provision of adequate access to facilities for disabled students. And we're also looking at particularly increasing our enrollment for differently able students as a KPI. The fifth for this objective, the one of the activities we identified, is support for the Center for Disability Studies and Advocacy. And here we're looking at how, as a KPI, increase in assistive technology equipment for the center so that they're better able to cater for the increase in our disability students. The second objective we identified for priority 1 was foster an inclusive and supportive university environment through improved services to nurture students' physical, social, and mental well-being. And so here we're looking at improvement in student services, such as the delivery of transcripts, attestation, and certificates. And so for a KPI, we're looking at the turnaround time for the requisition and for actual receipt of transcripts, attestation, and certificate services. We also looked at the deepening and professionalize. Okay, so here the Director of Public Affairs will get me. Supposed to use S, professionalization of academic advising services. So we suggesting that in the shortest possible time, if we can look at appointment of professional academic advisors to improve service delivery. Here we're looking at a situation where at one spot, a student can obtain advice based on the whole academic program, running from fees payments, program choices, guidance on how to be effective in studies, and things like that. So you have professionals who can give them this kind of service to help them to be very effective in the academic program in the university. And believe this will enhance the experience on campus. We're also looking at standardization of UG Wellness Day. That's what we're proposing. And as a KPI, we're looking at adoption and inclusion of this day in the university schedule of activities. We also look at expansion of internship opportunities for students. We now have the internship policy, and we have the college internship officers appointed. And so we are looking at how we can expand internship opportunities for students. And as a KPI, we suggest the number of internship opportunities facilitated by the university for students. The last for this one, this particular objective, we're suggesting the provision of family type accommodation for graduate students. So here we are not necessarily looking at the university itself, but probably encourage our private partners who are putting up posters to looking at probably creating family units, probably 50 units of family type accommodation as part of their general accommodation facilities that they provide on campus, so they can cater for particular graduate students who have family and want to probably keep their family around when they are studying. So for the next objective, we're looking at develop innovative curricula that respond to the future of work. And here, as an activity, we suggest introduction of competitive programs. And then we're looking at branding of our programs to attract foreign students. So for the KPI, looking at number of competitive programs introduced per year, and looking at least about 50% increase international students enrollment arising out of having competitive and well-branded programs. So the priority 3, commitment to our faculty and staff. Here we looked at, as an objective, improve the productivity of faculty and staff by providing state-of-the-art infrastructure, administrative and logistical support. We provided 2 activities under this objective. Reduction of incidence of back pains, health-related issues arising of bad furniture, and increase in the number of laptops and appropriate furniture provided for our staff.
Please, you have 2 minutes.
And then we have the creation of open access office spaces for faculty and staff. Here, we're looking at a situation where every college will have at least an open space where staff who are visiting or coming from other campuses can just access, sit down, and do some work. Most of our people will be idling around during visits, not have spaces to sit. So we're looking at this particular opportunity to solve that problem. And then celebrate the achievements of our faculty and staff with a transparent award system. Luckily, we already have an awards policy. So we suggest a full implementation of this university award policy, so it benefits our staff to motivate them to put in their best.
Thank you very much. Shall we please give it up to him?
Thank you very much, Mr. Nkansa. So, any questions, please, or comments? I think we look a bit tired. After this, we'll take a break and then go for our snack and then come back. So that should give us a little more energy to ask questions before we go. Any questions, please? I thought someone would wonder what we mean by, for example, the open spaces or the wellness day. Or any comments? Ajo, I'm looking left. I understand I've not been looking this way. So I'm looking this way now. Do we have any comments, please, or any question or contribution?
Do we go for the snack and come?
Okay, so I think we don't. I'll hand over to our MCs and then we'll continue afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure during snack time, questions may pop up. So please, our snack is ready. It's at the foyer. So kindly go have your snack. Madam Registrar today has given us, again, a very good snack. So please, you may please go and have your snack, and we'll come back in 20 minutes. We'll come back in 20 minutes to continue. So when we come, the last two groups will do their presentation. But maybe before they do, we'll then pick up questions for Mr. Nkansa. Thank you very much. Please enjoy your snack time. Thank you. During snack, kindly do some networking as well. Please do some networking. Get to know somebody from other units or departments. Thank you.
Hello. It's still morning. It's almost afternoon. Can we please settle so we begin with the next session? In fact, we continue with the group discussions, the presentation. Please, those in the foyer, kindly join us if you can hear me. Thank you. Please, if you are not sitting at the back, don't change your seat. Come forward. We want to see your beautiful faces. Hello, colleagues. Please, can we settle in quickly? We are giving a few more seconds to those of us standing. Mr. Emisari.
Once I see you standing, I'll call out your name. Mrs. Lati. Please, let's settle in and then start with the next. In fact, we didn't have any questions or comments for the last presentation. And may I assume that that went down well with us? So we'll move on to the next, except someone has a comment or a question on the last presentation. Okay, I think we'll go on to the next one. We would like to now invite Dr. Bridget Benaima. She's a facilitator for the Assistant Librarian, Counselors, Legal Officers, and University Business School Group. Please, let's give it up for Dr. Benaima.
Going to close it.
Is it working? The machine is lying. Look up.
So can you explain that? Should I close it?
Yes. Yeah, this is it. This is it.
This.
So, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Madam Registrar. Group 7 is made up of 4 groups, as we were informed. We have University Basic School, Legal Counsel, the Library, and then the Careers and Counseling Directorate. So, in view of the fact that the work we do, the kind of work we do, are actually different. It's actually different, and so it wasn't going to be easy to put everything into one piece. And so our presentation is going to be in 4 parts. And I would like to seize this opportunity to invite my colleagues who were also in this group to come over, and we'll all do this together. So may I invite Mr. Eric Sifa, University Basic School, Madam Abba Amanzewa Anaman, Library, Madam Uma Chumesi Hene, Legal, and Miss Edwina Paintel, Careers and Counseling Directorate. So we are going to do this together. Please come over. Now, all of us actually had inputs for the 5 priority areas. Transformative student experience, impactful research, commitment to our faculty and staff, engagements and partnership, sustainable resource mobilization. All of us had inputs for all these priorities. And so we have them in the document, which we have already submitted, which will even be fine-tuned later. But because of the time constraints, what we are going to do is that each group will present on 2 of the strategic priorities. Each group will pick 2 of their choice. And then we can ask questions, maybe just one per group as we go along. So yes, each group would just have 2 minutes. Sure. So we want to work within the 10 minutes. And we are going to start with University Basic School. And then after University Basic School, we go to, do we have legal? Okay, great. Then we go to legal, and then we go to library, and then careers and counseling will end. Thank you very much. Mr. Tifa, UBS.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. So, yes, we know for us, we are the ones responsible in taking care of the young people of this community, age 4 to 15. And so, design the priority areas to our need. So, we will take the transformative student experience. Our objective there is to produce pupils who are ready to fit seamlessly into the next stage of academic development or pursuit. So what are the activities that we are going to carry out? Resourcing the learning environment with requisite educational facilities and materials, i.e. laboratories, workshops, studios, and so on and so forth. Then, 2, getting the right manpower who will effectively use the available resources, the next generation of our supervisory systems. Then we go to or accidents term to deliberate on issues of mutual concern. The school's management board must meet the staff at least once a year. Pupils must exhibit competitiveness in sports, debates, and quizzes. Then conducting mastery assessments to ensure that learners obtain a minimum score of 50% overall at various points of the transitional points. We have, say, basic 3, you must get at a mastery level of 50% of whatever examination will give you. Then basic 6, a minimum of 50. Basic 8, before you can proceed to the next level. So that brings us to the end of the transformative student experience. Then we come to, I don't know which one, both. Yeah, okay, so I'll do one. Impactful research to produce people who utilize simple hands-on techniques to solve everyday problems. So our activities there will be to constantly engage people in hands-on, practically oriented projects. Then we go to the KPIs. So that pupils must present at least one project work by the end of every term. Then management must carry out a self-evaluation exercise at least once a year towards the achievement of the school's vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Sifa. I suggest we take all the presentations before the questions. Is that okay? Yes, okay. So legal. 2.
Okay, for the priority area, I'll concentrate on the first one and the third one. For transformative student experience, we all realize that there's a new statute that is in force now. So to ensure that for our transformative student experience, the objective is to ensure that students understand the laws of the university and the statute and their rights and responsibilities within the new statute and any other policies of the university that is enforced. And the activity area is in collaboration with the SRC and the various student bodies organize sensitization seminars on the new statutes and an orientation for the SRC executives, the incoming executives, and the implications of the certain portions of the statute on their rights and responsibility in their student life. And also to, with time, to produce some tidbits for this to be published by public affairs on certain key components of the statute to create awareness among students. And the KPI for this one is to organize at least 2 sensitization seminars for the newly elected SRC executives and the whole executives, and publish at least 10 tidbits as tidbits of the key aspects of the statutes and policies of the university that we think affect students' lives. And also in collaboration with the Anti-Sexual Harassment Committee, do some sensitization for students during their whole weeks and then SRC activities to make sure that they are aware of their rights under the anti-sexual harassment policy and the avenues for redress. Okay, and then going to the third priority area. Commitment to faculty and staff. So our objective under this one is to have a more open door approach to providing legal advice and to staff and a continuous legal education for legal officers. And the activity for this, to achieve this, is to work together with the various unions within the university so that they can, together working with their members, come up with certain legal issues that they think their members are facing so that they can give it to us so that during one of their meetings, general meetings, we can use it to address those issues. So as for the KPI for this, we prefer legal advice for staff and anyone who comes in by the close of 2025, the year 2025, and then at least do sensitization sensitization seminars for the unions before the close of the 2025 that we can have some training.
So now library.
The objective will be to promote advanced AI, digital, and electronic driven reference and user services. And then the activities will be to initiate user centered library instructions, trainings, and workshops, offer tailored research consultations, digital reference services, which we call the Chat a Librarian service. The KPI will be to train 80% of our users by the end of the 2024-2025 academic year. And then we have about 80% of our users again trained to access and use our resources. So I'll move, because of time, I'll move to the next one, which is the impactful learn research, which is part of our mandate. So support research through advanced training on access and use of our library resource. And then the activities will be to train users in the use of our library resources through webinars, seminars, and conferences. So at the end of the 2025 academic year, 70% of our users should have been trained in our library resources. And then we would promote, another objective is to promote research with fair data principles. That is to provide findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data for users. That is, without data, you cannot publish. So no data, no publications. At the end of the year 2025, 70% of users should be trained in research data management. We would also enhance research collaborations through open science, and it will be done through webinars, seminars, and workshops. So this is our commitment to faculty and staff. We'll build capacity building, that is to train staff and faculty on the use of our resources, offer tailored instructional services through lab guides to our staff and students. And at the end of the day, 60% of staff and students should be trained in the use of our resources, which can be accessed through the lab guides. So I'll quickly move on to engagements and partnerships. We will collaborate with external agencies for training and resource sharing. We will invite external agencies to facilitate training sessions for faculty and staff. The KPI is actually on my phone. We couldn't upload them before we sent them. And then we would expand international collaborations by attending international conferences and workshops, which in turn will strengthen staff, faculty, and students' mobility. To engage policymakers and government, and that is to interact with policymakers such as the DTEC, Ministry of Education, other relevant ministries for inclusive decision making. So we'll add the other ones and then later present the whole document. I'll end here for my colleagues to continue.
You've exceeded your time by 2 minutes already.
Okay, so for the Careers and Counseling Directorate, we will, sorry. So I'll talk about the impactful research. So research into issues that affect students to meet their needs, provide psychosocial support to members of the UG community engaged in research, gathering of data for research purposes. So at the Careers and Counseling Center, we do have a lot of data of students who visit us, the type of issues they come with. So we'll gather those data for research purposes and then support collaborative research in the university. So for the activities, we're implementing research findings. So the research findings we gather, we'll be able to implement it, providing counseling and webinars for people, conducting research. So at the center, we'll also start conducting research over there, writing for research grants, and developing and standardizing psychometric materials or tools for the Ghanaian context, because some of these tools we have are used at other places and they have not been standardized into the Ghanaian context. So we will work on that. So for our KPIs, we're putting together a report for research findings by end of June 2025, submitting at least one research grant in a year. Then I also go to the commitment to our faculty and staff. So organizing seminars that focus on the well-being of staff, ensuring the availability of resources to enhance productivity in the university, and supporting continuous professional development for all staff in the university. So employees wellness programs. So we will have more employees wellness programs. We usually have something we call July webinars where we talk about issues concerning staff and students. And then we are looking at enrolling something we want to call couples boot camp for faculty and staff members. This came out because of some of the issues we have handled over there. So we want to start a couple boot camp for faculty and staff, and then also more staff trainings. And then we'll successfully organize quarterly wellness programs as our KPI. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that's a gist of our presentation. Yes, we are done.
Thank you. Please, let's give it up to them. Thank you so much for your presentation. Please, we are inviting questions.
Yeah, hello. I'm Dominic. My question is directed to UBS. I was a little disappointed, probably. Maybe I'm expecting something on BEC. You never made any mention of that in terms of the KPIs. Particularly last year, I have a lot of colleagues who were quite worried about the performance of our students. And I was trying to ask what are some of the measures you're putting in place to improve the performance at the BECA level going forward? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We didn't mention BEC because it's just one of the many examinations we do in the school. And so we spoke in holistic terms. We spoke to cover everybody. And so that is about it. But if we come to what we are doing to improve BEC results, one, we have done what we call, we have introduced what we call a mastery examination for Form 2, for example. Form 2, if you don't get a certain score, the criterion reference, maybe 50% minimum, you could not be, or you can't be promoted to Form 3 and even be registered for BEC. That is one, because we want to do some kind of remediation for those who will not be able to make the 50%. Then after that, they can go. So you'll be given the opportunity after you have written the exam for the first time and you are unsuccessful, you have the chance to do it again. After teachers have done some kind of teaching or remediation for the student, to do it again. If that one you are also unable to hit the 50%, then please, we cannot register you. We will let you repeat Form 2. That is one. Then we have what we call examination clinic. We have this recent BC that we wrote, whose results have come. Before we did it, we invited some examination panel, those who are experienced in handling BC things at WAEC, not necessarily at WAEC, but for WAEC. We invited them, they came to do some kind of training on how students should write exams, how they should answer questions and all that. We did that before we entered into this exam. We didn't start early enough, but we thought that it was okay. This year going forward, we hope to start early enough so that we'll be able to do the necessary things before we go into the examination. The third thing we are doing is to ensure that we reduce the number of mocks we write. We want to translate that into teaching time, giving them the opportunity to learn more, get the information, expose them to the information. Then, as and when they meet questions, they can handle the questions, adequately or effectively. Then the fourth measure is to, the fourth measure is to get the students to be able to answer questions by themselves. In other words, we are looking at proficiency in handling examination questions. Yes, we will do the teaching all right, but when it comes to the question, how are you able to master it, to face it squarely? So that's what we are doing. And so for this year, we couldn't do so much of this, but going into the 2025, we are sure of doing all those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sifa. There's another question, another hand up there.
Yeah. So please, this
Who
also
has a microphone, please? Oh, okay, Auntie Rodali.
okay. So it goes to basic school again. On the on the student experience, I didn't see anything on children with disabilities and those with learning issues. Within this community, we know some of us have children with such disabilities, and they are in the school. So, how do you plan to manage those students?
Thank you. Can we take the other question?
Yes, my name is Gladys Salantia. I would actually thank the Careers and Guidance Directorate, Careers and Counseling Directorate for taking that initiative to organize a couples boot camp. Because we all know that if you are a worker and you are having issues at home, you really cannot be effective at work. And so they always organize seminars for only the staff, but the spouses at home will still cause the problems for them. And so I am really grateful that they are going to consider the couples
to also come for this training. And I would also like to add that most of our students really do not know that there is a guidance, a careers and counseling directorate that can offer certain services, because I work in the hall and I have a lot of interaction with students. Some of them I have to personally give them personal counseling and then direct them. So I don't know how you can be able to make yourselves visible enough for the students as well as staff, because most staff really do not know that they can also come for certain office service. They think that it's just for only students, but some of them really have a lot of challenges which you can help them. My
Okay.
second issue has to do with
Last
the
question,
school,
please.
the basic school. I'm glad that the other person spoke about children with learning disabilities. Some of our children really are slow. They don't really have disabilities, but they are quite slow to move along with the fast ones. So I want to find out what Mr. Headmaster is doing with regards to those children who are slow, because you have 40 or so children in a class and the teacher cannot have time for such ones. Is there any arrangement for those children to be catered for? Thank you.
Okay, we'll take one final comment or question. To my left, and then please, to my left. There's a hand up on the other side.
Thank you. My name is Bright Awugla. Please, just a quick one, and it goes to any of them, so they can just select someone. I stand corrected, but I think in their presentation, I see that they all have sort of redefined the objectives for themselves, and they sort of deviate from the objectives under each strategic priority. So I want to know, how are they going to link that back to the objectives that have been stated? Maybe if they could address that.
Okay, so Sami, if I don't allow you to speak, I'm in trouble. So the last one from Sami then.
So just an observation. Basic school. So it looks like if you want your ward to develop an interest in sports or speak very good English, you take your ward to the basic school. Apart from these two, not. Yes, and a lot of people are now taking their children out from the basic school. So please take a very look at it. Sports and English, 100%. Apart from these two, not.
All right. So, yes. Maybe let me start from the last speaker. As we speak, what we have done to address the issue of doing well in maths, science, and probably one core subject, maybe social studies, is to start from the scratch, class 1. We have currently reduced the number of subjects that we do in class 1 up to maybe the lower primary, and channeling or directing the time for work in mathematics. Now we call it numeracy, science, and then writing. Writing, sometimes you don't pay attention to it, but there's a nexus between writing and learning. When you are reading and you write, it takes faster than just reading without writing. So we thought that because of that establishment of some kind of correlation between the two, we have also introduced writing at the lower primary, so that by the time they get to class 4, when they are able to know the basics, then they can now take on other subjects and then do them in class 4, having passed our mastery examination in class 3. Before you go to class 4, you must pass that exam, get at least a minimum of 50% of the total score, then you can move on. Now, coming to the special education or the student with special needs. Recently, we had a meeting at the board level, and a committee was formed to look at that area for us. The committee had finished its work and submitted its report. And so we'll be studying it and then look at what they have recommended, and then we implement. And so our eyes are there. We are looking at what to do, because naturally the university basic school doesn't have that infrastructure to support the special education. We don't have it, to be honest with you. And so with this report, or with this recommendation that is coming from the committee that work on that, we believe that we'll be making the right, or be taking the right steps, of course, in the right direction. And so this is what I think we can do with respect to the special education side of it. What else? I think. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right.
Thank you very much. We are glad that you have positively accepted our suggestion for the couples boot camp. And so this gives us encouragement to go and work hard towards it. So be looking out for that. It's going to come on very soon. Visibility, we have been trying hard to increase visibility for the center. It's getting better by the day. And so we'll continue to do that so that more students and members of staff will actually be informed about the existence of the Careers and Counseling Directorate and benefit from our services. Strategic objectives. What we tried to do was to interpret the objectives to suit the work we do. That's what we tried to do. But as I said, all this is work in progress. So we'll continue to fine-tune what we have worked on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ben Naima. I think we'll quickly move on to the last presentation from Assistant Registrar 2 Group. And the facilitator is our very own Mrs. Mavis Otu Aye. Please let's give it up for Auntie Mavis. I think she has submitted a presentation already. Please let's clap for Auntie Mavis.
Unless I give you the this one. Yes, no worries. You can use it.
So thank you for the opportunity. I think I've done the top one, but it's too small. Smaller than. No.
So this is nice. This is one. Then I go.
So thank you for the opportunity. So this is the work of Group 8. So Group 8 was made up of assistant registrars and all the senior staff that were invited to attend. So we had a draft by my two able assistants. It says Saratu Salifu and Majorian Quist. And I had others to help for us to fine tune it. So we are grateful for their initial draft. So for transformative student experience, we picked 1.1, attract and retain promising students from diverse backgrounds. And the activities are what we have outlined. Provide attractive funding opportunities, because we also realize that some students are unable to take up offers because they can't provide funding for themselves. And we have made sure that the KPIs are aligned so that we can see what the KPIs are. We want to publicize support systems for students with disabilities, because we've also been told that because some parents don't know that UG has those facilities, they are unable to take up the offers. And so if they are well publicized, then the parents can make the offers, take up the offers. To identify needy but brilliant students and fund their education. Those from the centers explained to us that even though at the centers we have humanities, the sciences are not available. So there must be a way that Legon can do that for the students. So we've looked at the KPIs. So it's more of increasing enrollments by percentages depending on the type of students, special needs, less endowed, because the brilliant and needy, we want to focus on those from less endowed schools, not from high-end schools, and then they didn't do well. We want most facilities, identify brilliant students. So as facilities should be disability friendly. So for some of them, I'm sorry, we might not have KPIs. So widely publicized UG admissions, but more of demand driven. So that was one of the things that came up, that when they compare us with even those close to us like UPSA, we don't have a lot of demand driven programs, and UG faculty staff are going to UPSA for programs. So UG should develop more of the demand driven programs. And we are hoping that participation will increase by 25%. We are happy with the open day, UG open day, and we want it enhanced so that we have a high level of participation from the units and also from our patrons, those who want to pick UG. We did not touch on impactful research. So I would want us to look at commitment to our staff and students. And we picked 3.1, enhance inclusivity and diversity to enrich UG's faculty and staff. And so we want to build capacity through training programs. We want to organize orientation for staff and also disseminate information. One of the things that came up was the dissemination of information where people in units do not know what is happening. And so there must be a high level of information dissemination. And we are looking at the fact that it will improve performance rating via that one is more of the training of staff. So provide a means for staff to express cases of unfair treatment. That's also came up strongly, that somehow people don't feel that they are fairly treated. And so if we put in programs, then there'll be a reduction over time in the complaints that we have. Prioritize the well-being of our faculty and staff through comprehensive health and wellness programs was also discussed very enthusiastically. And we know the medical team has talked about the regular medical checkup. So we leave it to them, knowing that they know better and they will do great work. So the level of participation that we will see in the medical checkup will show whether we've met our KPI. The alert system is interesting because although we are in different groups, the issues seem to align. The alert system that we are asking for the medical team and IT to help us so that we see high level of participation. But we also want to see organized sporting activities that would also bring about wellness and health. collaborate with the hospital to provide education on diets, not only diets, physiotherapy, any alerts that will help us. We also would be happy to see that happen. Prioritize training for staff to identify and support staff with probable mental health conditions, because it came up that people are quite stressed at the office and they need support. But I think first, if you are trained to identify that, then it will help, so that we would be grateful for that training to happen, whether at the unit level, whether units that are more, have greater competencies will do that. So that the number that are organized, at least 2 training sessions in an academic year. The interesting thing is that this is for assistant registrars, but some of it, I'm sure when we do those who are responsible, we will be facilitating, but someone will do the training for us. It also came up that we have to prioritize leave and develop flexible working hours, all as part of wellness. And we understood that there's already a leave roster, so we should comply with developing the annual leave roster, and we should keep up policies to provide flexible working hours. We should develop it so that we could work at home or whatever, depending on the conditions that we have. Staff also mentioned the fact that we will require subsidized transportation. And we have the experience of going for Christian programs where those going to Kaswa, the bus is shown, those going to Medina, that kind of thing. So we want a bus system that would pick staff to vantage points. And the stress of coming to work and going home was one of the things that affect wellness. And so we know that senior management can look at it. We know it was once discussed. As we talked about, it came up that it has, but we'd want it revived so that staff would be transported. So if we implement, another one that came up strongly was to propose fee waiver for staff. And we are hoping that the university would do that so that all categories of staff would have a fee waiver. This is different from the staff, the approval for study leave with pay and all that, because that is for just a number. We are looking for something that is beyond that. So that came up. And they believe that it will all have support our wellness, celebrates the achievements of our faculty and staff. So we already now have a reward system, the award system. So to operationalize the award system, so please, award is what we have here. Then for all schools to organize annual award system, schools and colleges. So to recognize efforts. We also understand that in addition or part of this award, appreciation letters, so that when somebody has done something, we should kindly take notes and do that for them. And the budgeting. So 2% of units budget should be ring-fenced and allocated for these awards. Let's look at a last one, sustainable resource development. So we picked 5.1, increase and diversify internal and external revenue streams. So the create and promote UG products and souvenirs came up strongly. And the director PAD promised us that UG is working hard with Kingdom Books to make sure that this gets done. And so the revenue, the annual revenue that we'll get from this sale will show how far we've gone. Engage private partners to build staff accommodation. So the increase in the staff residential spaces available, because it has come up that it's so difficult for staff to go and come. And so despite whatever the conditions are, the university should prioritize this. Engage private investors to build students' hostels. We've seen that happen. So the increase in the available spaces for students would also be our KPI. To create a UG tour program and establish a museum on campus, because we are looking at revenue generation. And we know UG is a tourist site, informal tourist site. even though we don't have a certificate yet. And PAD has told us that they are working hard on it to get us have a certificate that we are a tourist site so that we can benefit from whatever it is that people come here for and we don't get anything from it. Once I was going to the registry and I saw this lady in a car and I thought she was stalling. So I asked her, "Are you looking for a direction?" She said, "No, no, no, no. They've got visitors and they are showing them around." And I said, "Okay." So we are here and we don't sometimes see the value because we've seen it too often. But those who are not here always tell us that UG is the most beautiful place. So we are waiting for all this to happen. So as assistant registrars, whichever part we are supposed to play in facilitating, in developing, is what we'll do. As you can see, it is an unfinished work. And we will try hard to get it all done so that we can submit it as we are requested. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Auntie Mavis. Please let's clap for her again. She was right on time. And I have observed a lot of innovation and new ideas in their presentation. And I suppose that all of us might have done so. So, Mawina, do you have a comment? Because I see your thumbs up. We are inviting comments and questions for the last group. This is our last group. Any comments and questions? Regina, to my left, please. There's a hand up.
Very much. Yes, throughout all presentations, I noticed that the diversity and inclusivity of the differently abled students and staff has run through most of our presentations. And one thing that I want to hammer on is that we should also take the opportunity to leverage on the achievements of some of our graduates, differently abled graduates, to advertise the university to attract more of such students. Why am I saying this? Just somewhere last week, we had the first deaf lawyer in Ghana called to the bar. And when you look at his profile, he was a student of UG. He did his first degree in University of Ghana and went to do the LLB abroad, came back and did the LLM here, and then called to the bar as the first deaf lawyer. And that tells us that it is based on our the opportunities that we have, the fact that we had provision for such students. That is what has helped him to go to that high. So I was expecting to have seen his profile running all over our websites and celebrating him. So this is my suggestion to public affairs. We did that for the youngest chartered accountants. So let's take this one up. And I believe it will create visibility that we have such facilities to attract more students. Thank you.
Madam, you want to make a comment? I understand it's there. Madam, I understand it's there. Okay, thank you. All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa, and in your presentation on the commitment to faculty and staff, you talked about people complaining about being unfairly treated. I'd like to know what steps are going to be taken to address such people or such issues, where do one go to when you feel that you have been unfairly treated?
Okay.
Thank you.
So in the KPIs, we looked at training. Some of the things are quite qualitative. So one is that the UG policies available. So we know we have a sexual harassment, but in the discussion, it wasn't sexual as such. The person who brought it up was looking at equity and the fact that sometimes you feel like people are in cliques or you have been overpassed. And so the first thing is one, that as supervisors, the university, all these have to come in orientations. And then we should also have the avenue. The avenue is one, your boss. But if it is your boss who has unfairly treated you, then you must upscale it to the next so that somehow it gets addressed. And so the opportunity to complain is what we are looking for. The avenue to complain is what we have to set up. And then you get the redress if you feel that you have been unfairly treated. Unfortunately, some of these things are like policies that the university will have to develop before, and then it can be implemented. Because if I talk to you and you talk to another, I might do it or I might not, and somebody might. So those are some of the difficulties in how these things get addressed. So policies would help us.
Any more comments or questions? Okay, thank you very much, Auntie Mavis. Okay, there's one more comment. Last one.
Working. Okay. Mine is just I'm MP. It's just a comment in addition to what the last comments that we've made about seeking redress when you feel you've been unfairly treated. I think we should also look at the culture of vindictiveness that exists. It's not just at UG, it's everywhere in the public university system, where you've done the complaint and fine, things have happened. But 5 years down the line, this person is now your boss and they are sitting on your promotion or they are doing XYZ. So because of that 5 year thing, you're not going to complain now. We have to take care of that issue before we start talking about giving people avenue to complain, because people will not complain if they feel that 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, they are going to suffer for it. Thank you.
No, I don't have a comment.
Joanna, this one, after Joanna, no one else will.
Thank you for the opportunity. So, the issue about the death lawyer call to the bar for me was a big deal. That the university, beyond putting it on the website and social media, can actually get a lot more publicity or attention, because it's a national issue. We talk about people with differently abled skills, and we know all that we need to do to support them. But as a nation, we have failed. And so for this young man to have survived all this terrain and have come out, I think he warrants opportunities to share his story, and maybe we could just arrange, see how far the mainstream media can get him to be interviewed. Maybe Radio Invest for a start, and then other big stations can take it up so that we can generate a national conversation on how we can begin to support differently abled people to make the best of their potentials. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Auntie Mavis. Thank you very much. Please let's clap for Auntie Mavis. Okay, so with that comment from Joanna, we have come to the end of our sessions, presentations from our breakout sessions. And I believe that following all that we have learned over the period, we can now appreciate the diverse skills and experiences that we have as a group. And I think we should thank the registrar again for providing this opportunity to enable us appreciate our unique expertise and how all of this come together to push the University Strategy 2024 to 2029 forward. I hope that we have learned something that we will carry along. Most of the time, after such meetings, we go back, and then the first email that hits your inbox, you are right back to the routine, the mundane tasks, and you sort of forget all this reinvigoration you've had from the interactions here yesterday and today. So I'm hoping that we will go back and then try to continue with the discourse and then put in place few things. We can start small, put in place few things that we can do in our various units to push the University of Ghana strategy forward. For me, one thing I'll take along is going beyond the expectation as explained by our director for HR, so that we put in an extra effort to push the university strategy forward. I thank you all for your contributions and for your participation. And then we hope that next year when we meet again, hopefully the registrar calls us to another interesting management conference. We will have experiences and to share regarding what we've been able to do from this one, so that we can all applaud ourselves for pushing the University of Ghana strategy forward. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I hand over now to Mr. Kakari and Babs. Thank you.
Thank you, BM Blankson. So looks like the snack was quite heavy and we looked dull. Oh, I'm lying. Yeah, the look on your faces. So Mr. Kakari has something for us to do. Something to put power and fire back in us. But just before that, you are kindly reminded that we are streaming live on Facebook. So if you are dozing, if you are dozing, your family members, your classmates, they will see and take a screenshot. And the next thing you know, you are trending. So please, let's stay awake.
Okay, before Dr. Setodi comes, I don't know why Bob said. Let me see. Get up, forward. Ready for. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I think that Dr. Setodi has some psychological. Yes.
But why do we take the master is here? Please, we will call her. I'm sure by now we've all gone through the profile. So we don't need to read all over again. She's a very great person. We've talked of psychology and all that. So let's put our hands together for our next speaker.
I think it came this way in the morning. Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon to you all. I trust you're all doing wonderfully well. Wonderful. So my name is Gladys Mami Ukua Setoji, and I'm a clinical psychologist. I'm a psychometrist and a senior counselor at the Careers and Counseling Center. So I want to say a big thank you to So I want to say a big thank you to Madam Registrar for this opportunity to come and share knowledge. Um, it's an opportunity I deemed, and okay, thank you. So I want to say a big thank you to Madam Registrar for this opportunity to come and share knowledge with all of us and to borrow some of your ideas as well. And so, Madam Registrar, thank you and God bless you. I want to also acknowledge the presence of H. Rod, our deputy registrars, heads of departments, units and centers and directorates, my senior colleagues, my colleagues. I say thank you for making it to this seminar. This afternoon, we're going to have a discussion. And as much as possible, it's going to be a very practical discussion. But before I go on with the discussion, because we've been sitting for some time, I just want you to take a look at the person sitting next to you, to your left, to your right. Just look at the person sitting next to you. You can turn and have a look at the back. Wonderful, excellent. You are doing amazing. Great. Now look around the auditorium. Look around everywhere. The things you've not had the opportunity to see this morning, just look around. Beautiful, beautiful. Now look at 5 things you can see. Just 5 things. Count 5 things you can see. Okay, 4 things you can touch. Just look around. 4 things that you are able to touch. Okay, 3 things you can hear. 3 things you can hear. Okay, 2 things you can smell. If you can't smell anything, imagine something you love smelling. 2 things you can smell. And then 1 thing you can taste. Is there anything you can taste around? If there is none, imagine your favorite food, your jollof rice in your mouth, your nice beverage. Wonderful. Now we have a pictorial image of the auditorium. We know the person sitting next to us. So now you are going to focus on me, the woman of the moment. Thank you. So this morning, this afternoon, we are going to learn about something we all do, okay? And it's about categorization of people. And we categorize them because we want to understand them and then perhaps to predict behavior. But sometimes in our categorization, it is done in an unpalatable way. But today we are going to look at categorizing people in a more positive way called personality. So I'm going to talk on the topic understanding and managing personality differences. Okay, so before I go on, I'm going to ask you some questions. Don't copy. The reason is if you copy, you will get it wrong. It's not about the other person, it's about you. It's a self-report. So don't ask, which you see Ana or B. No. It's your own way of doing things. So don't copy anyone. And then also know that it's two tasks. They are of the opposing angles, okay? There are no right or wrong answers. Any answer you choose is right. Amazingly, eh? Any answer you choose, you are right. So choose something that you can use it to describe yourself, okay? And then again, don't ponder too much. Assuming I ask you, do you like reading the newspapers? You will go like, no. But last week, a colleague brought the daily graphic and you read through. So you might say, yes. The first response is a more descriptive of you, or that describes you better. So don't ponder too much. Are we good? Let's go. So take a pen and a paper and then just indicate your answers. Okay. So two tasks are opposed in each question. You are expected for each question to give the answer which suits you best, A or B. So, number one, I am inclined to be external, communicative, and I express myself. Option B, sorry, it should have been B. I am internal, quiet, and I keep to myself. So the first one is A, the second one should be B. So kindly choose which one describes you, A or B. External, communicative, and I express myself. Internal, quiet, and I keep to myself. So choose one, A or B. Number two, I am practical, realistic, and experiential. B, I am imaginative, innovative, and theoretical. Which one describes you? No much bonding. So choose the one that best suits you. Okay. Number three, I am firm. I tend to critique too. Okay. Okay. I am practical, realistic, and experiential. I am imaginative, innovative, and theoretical. Which one describes you? A or B? I'm going to change because you are pondering too much. And it's a self-report. When you ponder too much, you may get it wrong. So I'm moving to the next one. I am firm. I tend to critique and hold the line. I am gentle. I tend to appreciate and conciliate. I am firm. I tend to critique and hold the line. I am gentle. I tend to appreciate and conciliate. Can we go? Not much pondering. A or B? Okay. I would prefer to prepare and plan ahead of time, or I would prefer to prepare and plan ahead, or B, go with the flow and adapt as I go on. I would prefer to prepare and plan ahead. B, go with the flow and adapt as I go on. Are we good? Wonderful. So now back to the woman of the moment. So now focus on me. Good. So we are going to look at some dynamics that goes on in our offices. Or that go on in our offices. And the reason is, whilst I was listening to the presentation, others are talking about stress and all conflicts in the office and all of that. So we are going to have a look at some group dynamics that happens and what research is saying about some of these dynamics. Number one, according to WHO 2017, they said poor interpersonal relationships, including those influenced by personality differences, cause stress and mental health issues in the workplace. Amazing, eh? Okay. The next one says 27% of companies offer personality trainings to their staff, but the whooping 85% still report frequent personality clashes. Only 27% offer the training. Meanwhile, 85% is saying there is always, or there are clashes sometimes, according to the Society of Human Resource Management. Okay. And then, according to the Harvard Business Review in 2016, it says teams with diverse personality may often face initial conflict, but if they synergize, if they try to understand themselves and manage their differences, it always leads to performance. And another study done by one of my students in Ghana with over 350 something participants came up with this, that research shows that workplace interpersonal conflict contributes to job-related burnout. And people who experience workplace interpersonal conflict also report poor psychological well-being. At this point, I want us to reflect a bit. Then we move on. Ekoye. Okay, wonderful. So, another assignment I'll be giving soon is take your pen and your paper. That is why the planning committee gave you a pen and a paper, a book and a pen. So, please take your pen and take your notebook. Good. Now, under 10 seconds, write your name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Wonderful. Now, the next assignment I want to give is I want you to fold your arms. Just fold it. Did you think of what hand is falling on the other? No. You just did it reflex without any mental effort. Good. Now write your name with the other hand. Under 10 seconds. So ready, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Stop work. Ayiko. Good. Now compare the two. Which one would you prefer and which one would you want to show off to people to know that you can write? The first hand, is that not it? When I asked you to write them, were you thinking left or right, left or right, left or... You just took your hand and started writing. Something similar psychologically happens with our behaviors. So personality is an instinctive preference for certain behaviors. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to reason it. You just do it. And it's a psychological construct. It's something going on in the head. And therefore, personality affects our thinking, our feeling, and our behavior. Personality is lasting, enduring, stable, and cannot easily be changed. Okay. So, according to Jung, Jung said personality is an instinctive preference for certain behaviors. You instinctively prefer the first hand over the other hand. And it is not because you can't write with the other hand, but you don't instinctively prefer that one. Okay. So we will learn a lot of things, but two things will be jumping at you by the time this seminar is over. Number one, you will get to know that people might not be intentionally getting you angry or driving you crazy. They just conceptualize the world a bit different from how you do. Number two, you will get to understand your own self and then understand your strengths, your preferences, and then your imperfections. In psychometry, we don't say weakness. When we say weakness, then it means you can't do anything about it. But we say your imperfections or your areas for development, because you are not excused from not trying. We are good. Wonderful. Okay. So I'm going to talk about the Jungian typology, by which Myers-Briggs, the MBTI, the Myers-Briggs type indicator, was developed out from the Jungian typology. There are lots of personality tools we use in measuring human beings or human behaviors. But depending on what you are looking for, that will help you or lead you to what tool you should use. There are times students will come and say, I got a scholarship in the university outside, and they said the psychologist should run the new PI and send the results to them confidentially. Yes, in some jurisdictions, until you are assessed personality-wise, sometimes a full battery of tests, aptitude, interest, personality, and values, you will never be offered the course. They don't want job mismatch, and they don't want to put you under stress. Assuming we put the fish on this platform, it will look like a useless thing. But when we put the fish in water, we see dexterity, we see beauty. And that is the essence for assessing for occupational placement, interest profiling, and also for career counseling. Okay, so I chose the MBTI or the JTI because number one, it helps you to understand yourself. Number two, it helps with group dynamics. Number three, it helps in predicting behaviors. Okay, so one, when the psychologist or the psychometrist talk about extraversion or extroversion and introversion, we are looking at energy. When the psychologists talk about sensing or intuition, we are looking at how you gather information, how you become aware of your world. And then when we talk of thinking and feeling, we are looking at how you make decisions. And then when we talk of judging or perceiving, we are looking at how you organize your life, your world lifestyle. So the introverted, remember I told you introversion, extroversion is about energy. So the introverted will have to go in to get energy. They have to connect with themselves to get energy. So they prefer, in order for the introverted to get energy, they would prefer to isolate and connect with themselves. Then they are energized. For the introverted, silences must be charged. It's a good time. All of them are gone. Now I am with myself. What a good time. I can see people nodding. Yes. For the introverted, that is them. Being within themselves, get them to connect and get more energy. And so they are drawn to their inner worlds. If you want the introverted to perform at their optimum level, give them some time to isolate. They will come back more energized. They prefer to communicate by writing. They learn best by reflection, have depth in their interest opposed to breadth. They tend to reflect before speaking. They are private and they are contained. So the introverted, they always have delayed response. You've had a discussion. You are going, that's the thing you were talking about. What did you say again? They are now there because they've had time to reflect on what was going on. So they are now able to catch up with their idea. They prefer their inner world. Now, extroverted. The extroverted, or they like their energy. They have to go out to get their energy. So they have to connect with people to get their energy. So the introverted need people for everything except energy. The extroverted need people for everything, including energy. So they have to first connect with people in order to be energized. For the extroverted, silences must be, occupied. Like you have to say something. How can you be so quiet? They are able to hear themselves when they talk. And so if you are not hearing the extroverted, it means you are not listening. If you are not hearing the introverted, it means you have not asked. Can you imagine these two people in an office? One has to isolate to get energy. The other had to connect to get energy. So this person comes, this person is sitting quietly and say, hey, it's saying, now when why what did I say I'm okay. Oh, we okay, saying Kasa yending komo. The person is tired. The person is tired, need to withdraw and connect and get energy. This person is also at the low optimum level and must connect. So walks into the office with a noise, and this person is saying, oh, Eradi, when me beshe habeyete. And the extroverted is saying that I wish H Rod can just transform me. This person makes life so difficult. What kasa sa wo pekasa. Nso nipa kasa. We say that everybody passes their food through their mouth, but the extroverted, they pass it more times. And amazingly, clinical research is saying the world, we have 75 people who are extroverted. And I say that is why the world is so noisy. Okay. So the extroverted are tuned to the external environment. They prefer to communicate by talking. The people are only able to hear themselves when they talk. So if you don't give them the opportunity to talk, if you have a wife or a husband and you are not giving them the opportunity to talk, they will go and talk elsewhere. The people need the opportunity to talk, create the avenue for them to talk. I was once in Mrs. Yvonne Latte's office. I don't know if she's here. She just stepped out. I wish she was around. And somebody had come to make an inquiry. And she had answered the person. She was done with the person. And the person was supposed to leave because she's taking care of him already. Then the person started talking. And I had also gone there to make an inquiry. So immediately the person started talking. I was there and I was like, So the person stood there and kept talking for a while before he left. And he said, "What's so Gladys? What about inquiry? What the sir? My papa we ejina hasa." The extroverted, I need not know the man. He wants to talk. I will encourage him to share so that he is relieved, because that is what gives him the relief. Okay. So they have many interests. You go to a party with an extroverted, give her the next 5 minutes. Onimakusia din, onimajoa din, onimama din. You ask the introverted, so how's the party? Yeah, I'm still studying, I'm still studying. One person, if you're not careful, she might not even say anything to them. They are sociable and they are expressive. They take initiative in relationships. So assuming I have a front desk executive job and I have an introvert, I have an extrovert. Who should I put there and why for 10 marks? Answer for 10 marks. Who should I put there and why? Yes, just lift your hand and tell me. It's going to be an interactive session. Won't dan jam you. Okay, so who should I put there and why? Yes. Why? Yes, would be nice. They are expressive. They are sociable. You are ready to answer. They are energized by people. That is what we are looking for, energy. So anybody who comes to ask a question, they are ready. Oh yes, the phone is ringing. Yes. Hey, madam, what I say? Okay, okay. The person must get energy from connecting. You put an introverted person there. After answering 3 calls, she's tired. The phone is ringing and she's like this. She's tired. She's had enough of the day. Okay. So now there is a scenario here. Let's attempt to deal with it. Your team is tasked with planning a major project with a tight deadline. The project requires multiple meetings, brainstorming sessions, and frequent updates. The team consists of a mix of introverts and extroverts, and the manager needs to ensure that everyone's contributions are maximized. What are the challenges that might arise from this situation, and how can it be resolved? Scenario 1. Yes. I have chocolate too. If you answer, I'll give you chocolate. So, how are we going to do this? And this is a practical situation, everyday situation we are likely to even come into contact with. How are we going to do this? You are the manager. You have introverts, you have extroverts in your team. You have meetings, deadline, consistent connections, because you have to get the project moving. Yes, nice water. Okay. Anyone? Yes, please give her the microphone for me. This way. Sound. I think they need
I think one problem that might arise would be the extroverts taking over the meeting. So they'll share all their ideas, they'll be the only one speaking, and you might have the introverts saying very little. Um, the resolution might be to listen to the extroverts at the meeting, but probably ask for inputs. Maybe if anybody has any further ideas, they could send it by email, or asking the individual introverts after the meeting, maybe when or before meetings when things are quiet, if they have anything to share. That's all.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm thinking you can put them into groups of introverts and extroverts. Then maybe the extroverts can lead the team. You group them. The groups, every group should have both introverts and extroverts, so that maybe the extroverts can lead the team to get everybody involved. Thank you.
Thank you. I've told you in this class there are no right or wrong answers. So just speak out. Let's make it interactive. Okay. Oh, registrar and HROD. They want to teach us how to manage extroverting and extraversion. Bring the microphone.
Right. For instance, if it involves going out, looking for sponsors, um, looking for services, that kinds of thing, then you give those ones to the extroverts. The more maybe desk-bound things, editing things, working on publications and things, you give those to the introverts to work
Wonderful.
on.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Madam Registrar.
All right, so I'm looking at the challenges that might arise, and I'm just thinking how I have worried some people on my
You
team.
stop for yourselves. Madam Registrar, this topic is good.
Yes. So the challenge that might arise, which I usually see, is that they switch off. Along the line, you realize that somebody is too quiet, and I'll keep calling names. But now I understand that they are pulling energy from somewhere. And so, how can that be resolved? What I usually do, which I am not sure whether it's right or not, I ask the question or ask what is expected. And then when it is their turn, they respond. So, kind of, they have a bit of time to prepare to respond to it. But I now see that my team members, thank you for being there.
You are forgiven. Okay. So, so the suggestions you've given are all excellent. Okay. So we try to give everybody the opportunity to speak, but be mindful of the introverted and invite them to share their ideas. Sometimes you might even say, can I give you some more time to reflect? If you put the, please, I'm an extroverted, I need the microphone to move. If I stand here, if you put the, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. MC. Thank you. If you put the introverted on the spot, introverted people, when they put you on the spot, ask them, do you want a response now, or do you want one that I will believe in? That is a way of buying time so you can reflect. Because if you ask the extroverted, they'll give you one now. The people are prepared. They have to talk to hear themselves. So they will give you one. But the introverted needs time to digest and then give you a solution. So you might have to give assignment that for some of them, that may take a day or two, so that you give the introverted also room to reflect, connect, and come up with their writing. And as Madam Registrar also said, you have to look at their personality and then give them the job. And as H. Rod also said, and Auntie Ruth, and our sister over there also said, you invite them to bring their input. When you invite them, they will talk. Not that they can't talk. Remember, we've done instinctive preferences. They don't instinctively prefer talking, but they can talk. Okay. So, number one, you try and look at the personality and assign the roles. Remember, the introverted also don't like too many meetings. So, be also careful and take them also into consideration and give them time to prepare and then come and invite them to speak, because you'll be amazed. They reflect a lot. So, when they put one thing down, a task, the introverted will give you plenty, and then you have to now do see, and be picking. So invite them with their ideas, and they will share wonderful things with you. Okay. Number two, we look at sensing and intuition. When the psychologist or the psychometrist says sensing and intuition, we are looking at how you become aware of your environment, how you gather information from the environment. Okay. And so the senses, we all use our senses. When I came, I made sure I made you use your senses to connect with the environment. So we all use our 5 senses, but the senses are clinically attuned to their 5 senses. If you are going to make a presentation to the sensor, make sure that it's appealing to the senses. They can see, they can touch, they can feel it. Make sure you are connecting with your senses. Okay, so before I go on, I want to ask us, what do we see here? Oh, please say it. I'll give you toffees. Say it. What do you see? A mug, a teacup. Okay. What do you see? White cup. Okay. Yes. Oh, what do you see? There is no problem. Just tell me what you see. Somebody is drawing it. It's white and okay. Empty mug. Empty. Okay. Who else? Yes. What do you see? Yes. Yay, a white teacup with a handle shaped like an ear. Wonderful. Who else? What do you see? Yes, uh-huh. Okay. He's describing the background, I think. Wonderful. Okay. So you've all described what you saw for me. We will get back to this. Okay, what do you see? 2 bottles of mineral water. Okay, what do you see again? Yes. One is sitting, one is lying. Okay. Okay, what do you see? They are bottled water. Okay. What do you see? Yes, Adrina. It's Ugel branded. Yes. Quenching of thirst. Adrina, we show Adrina a bottle of water and she says she's seeing quenching of thirst. Somebody says she's seeing a bottle, one is standing, one is lying down. Somebody says she saw a mug draw with the ears like a handle and everything. We are all looking at the world with different lenses. Somebody saw a bottle of water and she says it's quenching thirst. I facilitated this training. I've shown people bottle of water and they told me it's life. Bottle of water, they see life. And that is how they conceptualize the world. They see the bigger picture. I showed my student the other time the mug. One person said it's soothing when you have a coffee in it. Machra mug, oka coffee. And that is how she conceptualizes her world. So the senses, they tend to taking the information through their senses. And because of that, they focus on the real and actual. My friend over there, the real and actual fact, data, sequence, concrete. Let's move from 1 to 2. Let's move from 2 to 3. Let's move from 3 to 4. Don't start from 1 and move to 6. It's not sequential. You are not helping me. Not that they can't follow, it takes them a bit more effort to do it. If we are doing calculus, let's finish calculus. Don't come and mix calculus with algebra. You are disrupting my day. Good. So the senses, they value practical application. They are factual and concrete. Because they are using all of their senses, they can notice details. Even the mundane one, they can. They observe sequentially. They are present oriented, and they want information step by step. Let's go. Let's follow through project 1, project 2. Let's go sequentially. Okay. Then we have our intuitive people. They see possibilities. Saw water, saw life, saw test, saw mug, saw coffee, saw relaxation. And so they see possibilities. They focus on the big picture. They value imaginative insight. They see patterns. There are times I even start the training with telling a story. Aja was going to school, and I'll say somebody should continue. You will see the intuitive people. And then she saw a fairy, and then the fairy came and carried her away. Then you see the senses. So her money fell. She picked it and went. And this is telling you how they conceptualize their world. So the senses normally would say the intuitive people are liars. Because I've shown you a mug, a white mug. How did coffee come in? I've shown you a bottle of water. How did life and test come in? They see the bigger picture. So they are oriented more to see possibilities, to see patterns, to see how things, they value imaginative insight. They can imagine things and bring it out. The senses look at the world, we said, through a tunnel vision. If it's not appealing to the senses, they can, but it takes them a bit more effort because they don't instinctively prefer that. So when dealing with our colleagues, we have to be mindful. Good. So we have a scenario. A team is meeting to plan a new product launch. The team includes members with sensing and intuition preferences. How are these two personality preferences likely to conceptualize the problem? Yes. You know the senses, you know the intuitive now. They are supposed to solve a problem. How are they going to conceptualize this? And there was quietness in the room. Okay, please give H. Rother.
Okay, so I think the sensors would look at the features, how the product looks like, whether the customer would like it, and the intuition or intuitive we'll be looking at how we'll be thinking about how the customer should be feeling or experiencing the product after use.
Wonderful. That's good. Thank you. So okay, will somebody say something? Okay, there is a hand up there. This IFCJ is the architect. The INTP is the thinker. If you want to lie, the INTP is the last person to go and lie to. Inbuilt in them is a lie detector. They can easily find you out. Oh. And then we have the ESTP, the persuader. If you have a salesperson who is ESTP, don't try to engage them. You will buy before you get home and realize, I don't like it. Okay. Then we have the ESTJ, the director. They will hold the root to the very last end, and everybody must apply to it. They give the best of advice, the ESTJ, and they do well in the army. Okay. Then we have the ESFP. They are performer. They are spontaneous. You'll be there and then they just surface with an idea. And you are wondering, yes. And then we have the ESFJ. We call them the caregivers. So they do well also in psychology, social professions, caring, the helping professions. Then we have the ENFP, the champion. When they get here, they become the center of attraction. Everybody would have to give them a look. Oh, life of the party. So then we have the ENFJ, myself, the giver. We are loyal, understanding, we don't like confrontations, and we are generous. I remember in school, my supervisor told me, Gladys, learn to advocate for yourself because sometimes people like taking, and your personality, they'll keep taking until you have nothing to give. And so they are the givers naturally. They are loyal, they are generous, they are kind. Those who know me, do I have those attributes? Yes, okay. So the ENTP, they are the debaters, and the ENTJs, we call them the commanders. On that note, I just want you to bring out your hand. Okay, so instinctively, you didn't think about the hand you are bringing, is that not it? Add the other hand to it. Do it together and start clapping. Okay. So instinctively, you didn't even look at the hand you were bringing. You just brought it and then you clap. So we've had a look at all this. Okay. And yourself, you've been having interaction in the office. Okay. For a brief moment, I just want you to sit quietly. Just don't sleep, but slowly look at me. Concentrate, the woman of the moment. Concentrate on me. Slowly, gently close your eyes. We are doing emotional regulation. Slowly, gently close your eyes. Open it again. Let's go again. Slowly close it. Open it again. Now breathe in. Hold it and breathe out. Wonderful. Let's go again. Breathe in. Hold and breathe out. Now think of what emotions you are going through right now. Just think of what emotion. Are you sad? Are you happy? Are you angry? Are you frustrated? Just think about emotion. Wonderful. Now name the emotion. Name it. Put a name on the emotion. Now let's go. Breathe in. Just hold it and then breathe out. Let's go for the last time. In, hold, and now slowly open your eyes. How did you feel? How did you feel? Relaxed. Okay. And then you connect with your emotions. At this point, you know, maybe I'm angry, but it's okay to feel angry. And it is not the student who got me angry. And so you are patient with yourself. So that when the student trigger you, you know that and not displace your anger on them. So at this point, I want you to check. We've done small emotional regulation. Check yourself emotionally, psychologically, situating it in the office. How are you doing? Are you in crisis? Are you struggling? Are you surviving? Are you thriving? Or are you excelling with your emotions? If you are in crisis or you are struggling, then it's time to walk to the Careers and Counseling Directorate and check in and look for a psychologist and talk to. We work under strict confidential ethical principles. A breach in confidentiality can land me in jail. So anything you share with us stays with us. So if you are not doing well emotionally, don't struggle with it. Seek help. I will end by saying that personality is the unique light each person brings to the world, shaping connections, illuminating path with authenticity and grace. Thank you.
Please, we can do better. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't think there's any other thing beyond thank you that I can say. We are all refreshed, and God bless you. So, on the program, we're supposed to have a fun activity. Do we actually need it? Not quite. Yes, after all the exercises we've been through, I think we can skip that. So we'll move straight to the launch of the mentorship program, and that will be taken on by our dear registrar, Madam Registrar, Mrs. Emilia Ejei Mensah. Let's put our hands together for her.
Thank you very much, Dr. Setseji, for that very, very engaging session. I think we all needed that. So, good afternoon to you all. I'm glad that we still have quite a good number, even though you can see we've lost a number of people along the way. I know that in the program, it's stated as launch of the mentorship program, but it's more of an introduction to you to tell you what exactly it is that we seek to achieve, what the whole thing is about. So, for the presentation, I'll talk about the initiative, the background, why the need for a mentorship initiative specifically for our group, what the goals and objectives are, the expected outcomes, who the target groups are, the approach that would be used to implement this, and also talk about the recruitment of mentors and mentees. I am quite sure that just like me, a lot of you have been mentored. You have had people who have helped you along your professional journey. But I think that what is lacking is a really structured and intentional effort for us to be mentored, to have people to basically hold our hands along the way as we seek to progress in our various professions as we go along. So I'm sure you all know what mentorship is all about, a relationship designed to influence professional growth. This could be through the transfer of knowledge, through skill development, providing guidance, professional and career development support. So the initiative basically, as I said, is to have a more structured system rather than the more random one that we have, to be very intentional about appointing people, to hold people's hands, to show them what they need to do, to advise them as they step out on their professional journeys, and also to suit our particular needs and context, particularly as regards the various professions in which we find ourselves. So the background is basically what I've already said, the absence of a formal mentorship program for administrative and professional senior members, and inadequate intentional grooming and preparation for leadership positions, succession planning. We realize that it has been more reactive. A year, 6 months to a position coming, vacant. We are rushing around. Do I fit into this box? Can I quickly go and do this short course and be ready for the position when it is advertised? But I think that it needs to be much more planned, better planned, right from you're appointed as an assistant registrar, you're a senior assistant an assistant registrar, or the other professions. Your supervisor, or maybe your seniors, should I say, within that field, see something within you that can be built upon. So they basically take your hand, they point you in the right direction, maybe things that they have gone through, things that they have done. If you go for this short course, it might help you. If you read this work that has been done by somebody, or if you understudy this person, for instance, or there's this thing that I have done, maybe if you do it, you'll be better prepared. Maybe not today, but 4 or 5 years down the line, it will make you a better rounded person, which would prepare you for positions when they do come up. So that was the thinking in terms of succession planning. We realize that the knowledge and the experience of administrators and professionals is often not fully utilized. A lot of the times we are seen as the sort of the memory, basically, of the university. We have so much knowledge, it is sitting in our head. Are we tapping that knowledge and the skills and the experience and putting it to good use? Also, another thing is that I know that we do have orientation programs for various groups when they are appointed. But really, how much can you do within even a week or something? There are a lot of things that it's as you are on the job, you learn more, you pick up skills and expertise in them. So to harness these and to give guidance to new employees so that they don't find themselves basically lost, not knowing where to go, what to do, who to turn to, and that kind of thing. These are all sorts of the things that the mentorship initiative seeks to work on and achieve. So the goals of the program are to develop professional career goals. Can I have some help here? Yes, this is relevant. So develop the professional career goals of mentees through the transfer of knowledge, skills, and attributes. Lay the foundation to prepare mentees for higher level roles. And what are the objectives of the program? To improve the leader. to improve the leadership skills and competence of mentees, provide the platform for more. This thing does not like me. I should just use the machine. Provide the platform for more experienced employees to coach employees. Maybe provide the platform for more experienced employees. So I use the most right. Okay, so to provide the platform for more experienced employees to coach their younger and newer colleagues in professional and personal skills development, groom potential leaders to occupy senior level roles, and then to provide opportunities for peer-to-peer learning for employees to learn more about the University of Ghana and higher education in general, also about leadership and management. Also, to help mentees to develop a clearer understanding of their roles and what is expected of them in these roles. Provide them also with knowledge on professional growth, opportunities, things that they can do to grow professionally, and to improve the time to proficiency in their new roles for new appointees. And this applies not only to new appointees basically coming fresh into the university, but we've had quite a lot of our colleagues moving from, let's say, senior staff roles into senior member roles. It's quite a different ball game, even if you're still working within the same area. So quite a lot of work is needed in these areas to make sure that we are all ready by the time we get to these new roles. What are the expected outcomes to enhance the well-being of administrators and professionals by providing them with the support they need to develop their career aspirations, also to facilitate the onboarding process for these new hires or people who've been recently promoted or redesignated through the provision of oversight necessary to speed up the learning curve, to improve networking and collaborative skills of mentees, and also, as I said earlier, to identify and start the process of preparing potential leaders by equipping them with the relevant leadership competencies. So who are we looking at as mentees? We are looking at new appointees. As I explained earlier, this is not people necessarily coming fresh into the university. They may already have been here, but then moving into new roles, maybe at different higher levels. And it will be mandatory for this group. We also have experienced entry and middle level employees. The thing is that you never stop learning. As registrar, I'm still learning. I remember when I took office at first, I would rely so much on my staff, even though I had acted as registrar on several locations. There are so many things that I didn't know because even though I was acting, I was not permanently stationed in that office. So how do we do this? Where can I find this? What is the best way to do this? How do we organize that meeting? So it's a continuous process for learning. So even those of us who are maybe a little bit higher up the line, we shouldn't take it that we know everything. We should still be open to learning. So for that group, it's voluntary. And when we actually do start, I would encourage even those who've gone quite far to still take advantage of this. So what will the approach be? Mentors will support mentees to grow, learn, and develop professionally. And there'll be training programs that look at specifically, but not limited to these: leadership, governance, technical knowledge, revenue generation and cost management, and then basic financial management. And all of these are the kinds of things that, as managers within the university, we need to at least have at least a basic knowledge of all of these things. There would also be peer review sessions and then peer support, because different people in different units might have the same job title, but the way things are done are different from unit to unit, and it would be important to learn from each other. So what would the recruitment of mentors and mentees be like? For the mentors, these would be invited or on recommendation. Those individuals who have reached a certain level of seniority, I should say, could apply to be mentors. And then we'd also not just limit it within the University of Ghana, but would also look outside, see how we could partner with some of our friends, the people that we work with, basically, who have knowledge and skills and experience within these areas to help with our mentorship drive. And for the enrollment and selection of mentees, as I said before, this will be mandatory for all newly recruited senior member administrative and professional employees. This will be the priority group. We'd also look out for basically go out and advertise, pick the heads of the thoughts of unit heads, and get them to recommend some of their employees with the aim of improving performance. And then also, as I spoke earlier, middle level employees who voluntarily apply for enrollment in the program. So what will the rollout of the program be? First of all, the registrar will appoint a coordinating team. This team would be responsible for implementing activities of the program. I am glad to say that Mrs. Mavis Utuaye, Deputy Registrar and College Registrar of the College of Basic and Applied Sciences, has kindly agreed to serve as the head of that coordinating team. Thank you very much, Mrs. Utuaye. And the period of the formal mentorship program will be 6 months for each cohort. I stress formal because then again, you can't learn everything within 6 months. But the hope is that even beyond the formal mentoring program, which sort of would be really shaped with specific things that we are talking about, that we are exposing the mentees to, the relation, even after that ends, the mentoring relationship would still go on, even though less formally. Still mentors checking up on their mentees, seeing how they are doing, basically holding their hands along their journey and then helping them to develop professionally. So it will be 6 months for each cohort for the formal mentorship. And the first phase is planned to run for 3 years, after which the program will be evaluated and then modified as necessary. And then, as I said, would encourage the continuation of informal mentor and mentee relationships. I forgot. I was going to make notes on this time. I honestly cannot see. But basically, it is the start from the recruitment of the mentors and the mentees. The recruitment of the mentors and the mentees, the development of the program. And it might not necessarily be a one size fits all. For different groups, certainly there'll be different needs and so on. So this could be tailored to fit different groups. Look at the mentors who would be best for a particular group. Look at the kind of content, the specific things that need to be looked at for specific groups and work for them and work on them. And one thing that I must say is that we don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. The Legon Leadership Academy has been launched not too long ago, and I'm sure we could get a lot of good material, good facilitators, and so on from there, and apply them to this program that has been thought out. Okay, so this is what I could see. So basically, it is rolling out, starting with the appointment of the coordinating team, the identification of the mentors and the mentees, designing the program, going through the program, assessing it, seeing where we can tweak a little bit to make it a little bit better and so on. And then we start all over again through the 3-year period that we're envisioning as running it as a sort of pilot. And I really do hope that this is something that would be able to take hold and be established so that it is not just an initiative that is being run by one registrar of the university. Whoever comes after me, whoever comes after that person would take it, own it, and then run with it. And I think that the entire cohort will be the better for that. So what are the next steps? The appointment of the coordinating team, with the team lead already accepting, as I said. The application window is expected to be opened in January 2025. The first cohort will start in March 2025. We envision that would have a total of 25 mentees in the first batch. Basically, these 25 will be our guinea pigs, but I hope that they'll be willing guinea pigs and would come up really with something workable that would be able to stand the test of time. Okay, I can see it on my screen, but I guess you cannot. I'd just like to make a few acknowledgements. Mrs. Beatrice Clotte from the Office of the Registrar and Mrs. Isa Blay Abiti worked on the concept for this. We were able to share it with directors, deputy directors, and some deputy registrars and college registrars also, some deputy registrars and equivalents. And we got very useful feedback, which we plowed back into the proposal. And I'd also like to thank all of those who have served as my mentors, even though maybe it was more informal. I think I owe the things that I've been able to do, my small contributions to the running of the university, to the mentorship that I had from these people who probably saw something in me, held my hand, gave me opportunities, pushed me sometimes when I didn't want to be pushed. And sometimes, almost, should I say, forced me maybe to do things that I didn't want to do or that I felt were out of my comfort zone. So I would encourage all of you to grab opportunities as they come. Take full advantage of the mentorship program when it is rolled out. Those who qualify to be mentors kindly, gladly accept these roles. Those who would be mentees go in with open hearts, open minds, and be open to suggestions. Maybe there may be some criticisms, some suggestions about ways in which you could do things better, but basically it is all for your good. So in a nutshell, this is what the team has envisaged for mentorship for senior member administrators and professionals. And it is my prayer and my hope that this would take hold and would stand the test of time and would all be the better for it. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Registrar. Please, we want to take just two questions. We need clarifications. This is not the launch, like Madam Registrar said. It's the introduction. So I'm sure if you have any other input to that. Yes, there's a hand up.
Thank you very much, Madam Registrar, for this great initiative. I'm hoping to be part of the first guinea pig, in the first cohort. I think that, so I don't know, is it going through any approval stage or, so at what point is it now? And then I think that the team that you have put together to coordinate this is excellent. These are people who are already doing the informal mentoring. So I thought it was a good thing. And then aside it even being helpful to the mentees, I think the mentors themselves, because I have seen academics in their CV. I know an academic who has in her CV a list of people that she has mentored, like 2 pages, So I think that it won't just be an opportunity for the mentees, but even for the mentors themselves. So we are all behind you for those. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that input. Please, is there any other input? It's still at the framework. So I think your input may help.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Registrar. I just want to ask a simple question, particularly for professionals. I want to know whether the mentors are only taken internally and whether there is opportunity for other external mentors to be included in the program. Thank you.
I think I heard something like that, that there would be external people coming on board. Perhaps she would elaborate on.
Probably you stepped out or you were not paying attention. I did say that it wouldn't limit it to internal mentors. I would also look outside for assistance. For entry, somewhere here. I think all the points that you stated are well noted, and I take cognizance of the fact that you have enrolled yourself within the first cohort. Good for you. As regards approval, this is not really, at least at this stage, envisaged as a university policy. This is something that has been envisaged. It's an initiative, basically. So it's not something that has to be taken through any what do you call it? Any approval processes. So maybe what we will do is when we are finally ready to take off, we will inform senior management that this is what we collectively have thought about and this is what we are doing.
I'd like to be NGO's classmate. Okay, so please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I know Madam Registrar has just sat down, but I would kindly invite her back to stage as she performs a very important role for us. Please, Madam Registrar. So, as administrators, we know what gratitude means. And in our own small way, we want to say thank you to our, what I say, guest speaker. I want a perfect name for you because today you've really psychometric.
Psychometrized.
Psychometrized. I'm picking the inputs from Registrar. So please let's put our hands together for Dr. Okay, so she happens to be a member of the planning committee too. So she's Dublin, you know. Yes. In fact, we would co-opt her as a GAWA member. Ah, that she was a Utago. And a Utago. Hey, thank you for the correction. Okay, thank you, madam. Please. Please, can we have the background of the seminar? Those in the control room. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, we need to have a report evaluation. Kindly scan your QR code on your booklet and then move to yes, you have the tag. Yeah, the name tags. Yes, it's on it. Kindly scan. If you've registered for the second day, you see the next one as evaluation. Kindly evaluate this seminar yesterday and today. You give just about 2 minutes for us to do that, and then we move on. Please, are we getting there? Please, we are finishing here before we leave. We need it. Please, control room, kindly share the Wi-Fi code just in case people are having troubles with their normal data. Kindly show it on the screen, the Wi-Fi code for the CCC. Hello? Yeah, thank you. Please, are we done? Or we need some time? About 2 minutes more. One minute more. Okay, thank you so much. I believe most of us have finished. We move on to our closing remarks, and our registrar is a woman of the moment. So let's put our hands together for her as she mounts the stage to give us the closing moment. Sorry, closing remarks.
Dr. Setoji, I will confess, I worked on my closing remarks this morning before I came here. What will that make me? How would you categorize me? Sorry?
Oh,
As I was sitting here, I was checking.
yes, that
Yes.
makes you a judge because
Okay.
you want some structure
Okay.
and want it organized.
Okay. Thank you very much. I hope some people are happy now. So, colleagues, I'm sure you'd agree with me that the 2024 Registrars Seminar has been a learning curve. It has been for me, and I hope it is the same for you as well. We have started unpacking the university's strategic plan. And I say started because this is just the beginning. There's a lot more work to do. As the various teams were presenting from their group work, you realize that some of them had not actually quite finished. That is the first step, making sure that all the group work is finished and that we share it amongst colleagues. And then we go back into our teams, back in our offices, back in our units, and then tease it down further, drill it down further. One general observation that I made on the presentations is that some of the activities and the key performance indicators need to be tightened up. Some of them we saw activities straying into the KPI parts and vice versa. So we need to work on all of those and then make the plan smarter and more specific. So I hope that the teams would continue working even after this. The real work starts now, yes, as I said, as we go back into our units and engage with our teams and continue to tease out ways in which we can work on various activities to bring the strategic plan to life. All of the presentations, as well as the presentations from the group work, will be shared with participants. So if I could count on the group leaders, let's give ourselves a little bit of time. Admittedly, just 2 hours or 1.5 hours is not enough to come up with comprehensive plans and workable plans. So if we could have all of these by Friday, I think that would be good so that we can share with colleagues so that they can take them back and then do some more work with them. And yeah, so all of these will be shared with participants as well as all of the presentations. And I'm sure that we'll all get further inspiration and ideas from the action plans that have been presented and the modified ones that would be shared. My expectation is that those of us who have participated in this seminar will delve deeper into the strategic plan and work with our teams for each member to be able to identify what his or her contribution will be towards the unit reaching its goals. Dr. Setaji has told us about the different personality types, so probably that is something that we take into consideration as we are giving out roles, apportioning work, and so on. What do we give to the extroverts? What do we give to the introverts? And all the other groupings that were discussed. Dr. Bedu Ajiman spoke yesterday about engaging with our teams in the language that touches their souls. If members of our teams are more proficient in their local languages, why not? Let's engage them with that, because that is what they understand, and that is where we would get better responses from. Yesterday in our group, the director of public affairs spoke about empowering members of her team to take the initiative on and identify specific things that need to be worked on, and then allowing the team members, no matter how junior they are, to work out the resources and the strategies needed to carry out these tasks. I think that such initiatives encourage ownership of actions, and our teams will be more inclined to give of their best to make sure that the goals that we set for ourselves are met. And they would, take ownership of it, that this is what has been assigned to me. My boss has given me this responsibility, and I'm going to do it and do it well because it's on me to make sure that it works. As has been the practice over the last few years, I'll expect each directorate and college administration to draw up an action plan for the year. Actually, not just this year, but for subsequent years, and assign specific rules for each team member. This can be further drilled down into unit level and individual plans. The individual plans should be discussed with supervisors at the start of each assessment period and will form the basis for appraisal of performance at the end of each assessment period. Who knows, here at UG, we may not be able to give 1.5% of our salaries, like is the case at EdBid. But who knows? We could find other innovative ways to reward employees who show evidence of having performed exceptionally in their personal and unit level plans. And actually, I throw that back, especially to our directors, our college registrars, and so on. We may not have that many resources, but what can we do? Some of those things came up in the action plans of the various groups. What can we do within the means that we have to recognize our staff who perform exceptionally? So let's think about that and see what we can do. Yesterday, the Pro-Vice Chancellor spoke about administrative and professional employees being the wheels that will ensure that the strategic plan works. I actually think that we are the engines. A lot of the things that need to be done have to be done by us. So, we will be the ones who make sure that all parts of the plan are ready, get up and are really moving. So let's embrace this role and lead our teams to enable the University of Ghana reach its mission, vision, and strategic priorities. Earlier today, Mr. Entry had a comment about funding for the various activities. Indeed, funding is a major challenge for the university as a whole. Some units are more endowed than others, but on the whole, it is a challenge. In addition to the funding that the central administration and colleges would put aside for these strategic objectives, we all would need to be more creative and then find more ways of generating income to fund our planned activities. Some, again, here came up in the presentation. So let's think about it. What can we do to raise more funds to do the kinds of things that we know that we need to do and that we want to do to be able to move forward? In all that we do, I'd like to remind you, colleagues, that we should place the university's core values of integrity, commitment, respect, and loyalty foremost in all of our work, all our interactions, everything. We need to be flexible, innovative, and open to changing the way we think and go about our work. I thank you all for participating in the 2024 Registrars Seminar. Let's all go out to our various units, take back all the learnings that we've had in these past 2 days, and make our strategic plan work. I'm sure there would be a vote of thanks of a sort, but let me single out a few things, a few people and institutions to thank. We are most grateful to all of our sponsors, the team here at the CD Conference Center, the planning committee led by Dr. Ezekiel Akwa, the technical team, our ushers, the registration officers, the catering officers, and all others. Thank you all so much for your contribution to the 2024 Registrars Management Seminar. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm called to do the vote of thanks also. Mr. Chair has given me that responsibility. But I think that Madam Registrar has touched on that. I will just mention a few. And I think I'll start from thanking Almighty God for giving us the opportunity to be alive, to witness this wonderful occasion, and to be part of it. We thank God for such an opportunity. We also thank the Madam VC. She couldn't come here, but she sent her able representative, that is the Pro VC, to be here. And so we thank the Pro VC for making the time to be here with us. We thank Madam Registrar for putting together the team that designed or planned the program. And so we thank the chair of the committee that planned the program in the person of Dr. Ezekiel and then the other team members. So God bless you. Thank you so much for putting together the team. We also thank Director of Public Affairs for being here. And we thank all other directors, Director H. Rod. Thank you. We thank you. You were here and you have been here, and not just being here, but giving very valuable input to the various discussions. Thank you so much, Madam, for making the time to be here. We also thank all other college registrars. Forgive me if I'm not able to mention all the areas, but we thank you all, and we thank you. Cameraman, we thank you. We thank you, sir. Madam, we thank you. We thank you. We thank you. We thank you. Everyone, we thank you for being here. God bless you, and we wish everybody well. I think Mr. Chair said I should also do prayer, or? No, okay. There's somebody to do prayer. Oh, they said I should thank myself. Anyway, so I thank my co-MC. And I thank myself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kakari. For us to close, we'll call on Mr. Yautin Yeboah to give us a closing prayer. Then, also for Elisha, please, somebody to stand in his feet and do it for us. Thank you.
Please, let's be on our feet. And I'll bow down our heads even as we pray. Father, we thank you, O God, for this opportunity, even to learn about our university, to even study things that are going to help us in our work and in our endeavors. I pray that even as we live here, we ask for your strength. We ask for your guidance. We ask for your insight. We ask for understanding. We ask even for your presence, that as we move to our various offices, our various units, we ask, oh God, that may you give us even the foresight to be able to lead that which we have planned for your university, for our university. We pray that, oh God, we commit also the leadership of this university unto your hands, the senior management before you, O God. We pray that, Lord, may you continue to strengthen them and give us understanding, give us even foresight and innovations to be able to move this university. We are asking, O God, that may you continue to favor us in whatever we do. We thank you in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Thank you. Please, lunch is ready. And then also, we want to say thank you to our sponsors who helped us with their kind sponsorship. Please do not forget to take pictures. The backdrop is outside, so kindly take. No, I think we're not taking. So kindly take pictures. Take pictures with your departments, with your units, members of your units that came. Please take pictures.